Hello and welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to our creative discourse. Welcome to my studio. I'm so happy to be here again in the cold weather. I had to put my what is it, a mid shell or under layer because it's really cold, and that kind of awesome. I think for me it's awesome weather to look at. It's awesome weather to picture. But as I'm getting older, I don't know why is it, I'm starting to understand why my parents want to live in the country where there is always the sun and papayas and bananas outside. Now I'm starting to get it. So it's really cold in the studio actually, because like I said, it's an old historic building, and keep this properly, first of all, it has to be properly ventilated because of mold and so on and so forth. And also keep it, because it has a really high ceilings, especially because I need to be able to raise the paintings all the way high up if I want to paint on feet. So high ceilings for the large paintings, it's kind of a, it's mandatory, I would say, or at least if it's not the mandatory, it's something to really. What's happening with my camera again? Is this going to be one of those days when the camera is going to be like extremely annoying? Is it? Or is it not? Well, let's see. Let's give it a little adjustment. Let's give her time to. And I'm saying her instead of it. And the reason why I'm saying her, because in my language we have a masculine and feminine, and camera is for us it's she. That's just a weird thing that you don't need to care about when it comes to different languages. So anyway, coming back to what I was talking about before my camera starts to be annoying, critically annoying, I think. And now it should be perfect, jolly good. Hopefully, let's see. And if not, it's just one of those days. You guys all know. So I get to, I'm here in the studio. It's colder weather, so my tea is steeping right now. I'm looking forward to actually, it's really not drinkable at this moment. But anyway, why am I talking about these things? Because thanks to you, this channel is officially, what's the proper way to say it? Affiliated. So I'm actually excited together with you about this. You guys suggested it. I promise you to look into this over the weekend. I had other plans, or actually I had other issues that I had to take care of. And today I was looking into it. It's kind of confusing and difficult for me to set up like personalized setup, because they have these automatic settings and you just press OK. I didn't really like that setup, so I was just tinkering with it a little bit. So as it is right now, and as it is in this moment, it's set up to having a 3-minute ad every hour. And what does this mean for us? I think that we could take advantage of this, and especially, again, this is not necessarily entertainment channel or entertainment stream. This is more paint alongside, or create rather alongside. And since we have this option, and there is a good rule, and we don't even need to call it rule, it's more about a good guideline to start with, that you will have, and I remember there are different ways to think about this, but keeping up that interest and freshness in your work, you should take a break. So since I set it up 3 minutes every hour, these 3 minutes I would like you to use and utilize to advantage. So let's for a second think about the ads as a helper. I'll try to always announce them at least 5 minutes ahead. It should be also displayed in the chat. Hopefully all this is going to happen. I have no idea if I set it up correctly, so it's going to be, you know, like you said, bumpy ride a couple days, on top of, you know, not being able to keep up with the regular schedule that I have. But anyway, that's just you know, that's experimentation. That's the same thing that we do with Bad Painting Fridays, and I'm looking forward to these experiments with you. And in these 3 minutes, we're going to, and including me, this is what I have to do as well. I'm going to step back from my painting or stand up if you're sitting, and I'm going to make sure that I'm properly hydrated. We already make jokes of this because I drink a tea while I paint. It's some kind of a, it's one habit that I am, I can't really get rid of. Or actually I substituted it from drinking an enormous amount of coffee. So I switched to tea, and I'm trying to, steep it or brew it multiple times. I think steeping, it's a proper way for tea, and brewing it's for coffee. I believe that those are the proper terms. So connoisseurs or people that drink a tea, they're gonna be at least a little bit satisfied, hopefully. So that's the first thing. Another thing is awesome that we have this timer right now set up, is that for those of you who work with the smaller palettes, you will have a time to clean the palettes, or refresh or reset your setup, not necessarily to a factory setting, but the ideal condition, like you're starting with the fresh pigments. With me, since I have a bigger palette, it might not be every hour, but usually when I'm starting painting, I use a larger brushes, so I use a larger portion of the palette. Then when the cleaning is, it's a little bit more often. So that's another thing. And the most important part, if you don't care about your hydration, if you don't care about your palette, or you still have a space on your palette, is to just let your eyes rest for a couple minutes away from the painting. Because you get that kind of a narrow vision, which is really, it's kind of forcing you to, not forcing you, it's subconsciously, like keeping you in the one spot, in the one point, because you are so narrowed down and so zoomed in and so locked into that, specific one portion that you're working on, and you're trying to figure it out. Let's say, like, why my eye is not working here and there, and I'm moving it left and right, and I'm making it smaller and bigger and so on and so forth, and it's not working. It's still cricket. So this moment of these 3 to 5 minutes, I mean, the ads are the 3 minutes, but I would definitely recommend you to do 5, and maybe even do 5 every half hour to step away from your painting and kind of refresh your eyes. Because the answer of your problem does not necessarily need to be a position of the eye that you're working on, but maybe tilt of the head, maybe nose is too big or too small. And that kind of a stepping back and letting go for a second and coming back to your painting, it gives you, again, reset your eyes. It will reset your thought process. And sometimes you go into these deep thoughts, into the branch somewhere, and then you are stuck there because you don't know what to do else. Well, it's kind of a coming back and looking at the problem from the different perspective, maybe even looking at the problem from outside of the box, as they say. So I think that we can take this as our advantage. If it will not work as I intended, or it does not work for you, we're just gonna turn it off. Hopefully it's possible to turn it off, but it has to be. It has to be. So if that happens, we'll just shut down this experiment, because I know that for some of you it might be destructive, right? So you get distracted by this and that, and then you are in the focus mode, and suddenly ting or cling or whatever the sound in your country might be for that particular emotion. You just automatically switch to something else, and then you have a hard time to get back to focus. If this will be an issue, immediately we're just going to turn it off, because, like I said, I've never even thought of having this this opportunity. So this was not the plan, and since this was not the initial plan, we don't need to have it. It's not mandatory. It might be a nice a bonus to this, because it's just it could actually improve the stream, so I will have a little bit more time to take care of a certain things. Perhaps it would add another camera, because I still have a difficulty with my old one. It can't really keep up. It can't zoom. It's just it's overheating, and it's just not it because it's not a camera for filming. It's camera specifically for taking pictures, because that's what I mostly need. So yeah, so that's that. Again, thank you guys for helping me with this, and I hope it's going to work. That's that. Second thing, very important. Yesterday you caught me off guard with the question, what are my favorite TV shows or shows in general? That's how I understood the question, and I was really caught off guard, and I went home and I'm like, what have I said? Like I didn't even what? It's just so. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I have to say that there's plenty of shows that I like, and maybe throughout the stream today we can just go over them since you guys were interested. And not only that, I kind of found it extremely interesting as a question. I didn't even know how much it actually can tell about the person based on the shows that they like. And then I kind of started realizing that maybe I misled you with some of my like out of the all of these that I mentioned yesterday. They're solid and absolutely sound, and I still stand behind them. It's just I was really surprised with that question, and the whole night and whole evening for me was like thinking about, oh, what are the things that I like and why do I like them, and that kind of a inner dialogue that you might have when you're on your own, and or if you're like me, that you daydream a half of a day. So you have a lot of these discussions and dialogues. What I want to say that I would like to use that the part, and I don't know if this is possible. It's just me trying to work out some things. I would like to use that the lower panels that the timings is to set up like a topic of the week. So we have something to really discuss on and maybe ponder, or maybe even postulate some theories, or think of something interesting. And because I'm not a person of a quick comments and we just leave there. I don't really like that. I prefer expressing myself in like a short essay rather, or short paper kind of a way, because it kind of shows me whether or not the thought is sound when it described as its entirety, rather than just picking up a certain point. So that might be kind of a cool experiment. So we can always go back and forth with that topic during the week, perhaps, or add to it, and then maybe share some knowledge between each other. And it all sparked again because of your suggestions, which was kind of or your questions, which really sometimes they catch me off guard. So that's about the yesterday. I'm gonna prepare my own kind of a list, and I'll just put it there. And I'm waiting for your favorite shows, so I know a little bit more about what you like and what your ideas are, and that will give us maybe even closer when it comes to that creative discourse, because we have some points of reference. It's always going to be Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Star Trek, the classics. They're always going to be here. They're going nowhere. Remember, as I said yesterday, I am diehard a fan of Jean-Luc Picard. So that's not going to change. I'm sorry about that. My apologies to everyone who's team Captain Kirk. No, not me. I'm a Jean-Luc Picard and Data. Those are my counterparts to a Captain Kirk and Spock, because I'm that next generation. What am I going to say? That's what it is. And the same goes for the fun fact about the James Bond. I have that, Pierce Brosnan as a James Bond. That's, even though, like I said, it's probably the movies are right now when I even think about them, they're probably least watchable of them all. But that's again just my opinion. That's me, and I don't think that is going to change. Maybe in the future, I don't know. I also mentioned, I want to finish the topic. I also mentioned that recently I started to watch an anime. I mentioned One Punch Man. It's definitely the main thing. But then, I can say my top 3 because I only saw a 3 anime. So it's not really or maybe 4, but it's not TV shows. There are some movies that I saw. I will include those as well. And then I forgot to mention yesterday sitcoms. So definitely, again, a British a sitcom. It's called Red Dwarf. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, you're missing out. It's old. When I say old, I mean I think it's 90s, maybe 80s. I'm not sure. I think 90s. So it's a Red Dwarf. And a second one, which is I think one of my favorite sitcoms all times. It's called Black Books. Those are 2 ones that I highly recommend. That just kind of out of the top of my head. And also because I was thinking about that. There is plenty of others, but these 2 are really kind of a stands out when it comes to situational comedy. I like that very, very much. And I'm talking about the original series, right? So it's original. I think it's 6, 7 seasons. I don't remember right now of Red Dwarf, and 3 seasons of Black Books. So that's that. I hope that I kind of broaden up that idea about the TV shows that I like. And I'm rewatching them all the time. I mean, Red Dwarf used to be my, not necessarily white noise, but at one point in my life, it used to go like on a loop, a whole day, all the time. And actually, Red Dwarf was probably the first a sitcom that I remember that it was kind of a breaking point because I saw it in dubbed, translated and dubbed, and I loved it because they did a really, really good job with translation to that's for my friends from Czech Republic. It's in Czech language, I believe. And then I saw it in English, and I loved it even more. And I rewatched it, and it was like to seeing another completely different comedy with the same setup and seeing those characters. So I enjoyed it twice, and then it happens to be my go-to TV show. And I'm pretty sure that all of you guys have these ones. So let's see. A little bit of comments because again I started to talk about too much. Geez, you're better at it than I am. I'd be like, darn, I should have said this, but I move and forget all about it. Picard, yeah, reference to Picard. I like both Picard and Janeway. Oh, okay, all right. So Janeway. All right. I heard of Red Dwarf, but haven't watched the whole thing. Red Dwarf. And here's the thing with the Red Dwarf. I don't think that there are people they just like, oh, I just watched Red Dwarf. It was kind of okay. You either love it or you don't want to have anything to do with it. And I understand both because sometimes it could get really, I would call it childish. Some of the jokes might be dated. Because it's, like I said, it's older. I know that they have some new, they try to do a refresh, I don't think it actually worked very well for them. So I let you to do the judging on this. So that's that. Did I forget anything? Or I think that's it, what I wanted to talk about. Also, last thing, I'm gonna coming back to the affiliate. I'm still working on it, so it's a work in progress. So there are going to be some mishaps for sure. on my part. That's given. Let's not lie to ourselves here. And another thing is that it's going to take me time to go through all the settings and setups, and I want to better understand how to bring the best educational experience for you. And this is very important for me, because I don't want to necessarily entertain. And if education can come with that kind of a live stream kind of a entertainment setup, so be it. I don't really mind that. I actually enjoyed it tremendously. But with that comes also the education. It's not a one way; it's a both way. So your feedback and your participation in that creative discourse, it's very important. I want to set up. Oh, that's what I forgot. I want to set up. Actually, since we switched to affiliation, I would like to use that. Perhaps we could have our own Discord server. I have it, but it's not working right now because I don't have a chance during the day to really go into it. But I want to set it up because I would like to be active, part of that a little bit more active community on the Discord, that we can really start working a little bit more specific with the stuff that maybe you have problems with your painting. So I'd like to be there and just have fun to maybe do some other type of creative discourse kind of education going back and forth. So that's actually a thing that I would like to really look into as well. So you remember I talked about the reading list. So I just have to postpone all the readings that I have in mind, and I have all do the readings on how to do these things the way that it's sound and secure for all of us, but also it serves the purpose that we need, rather than just follow some formula that I saw online, because I didn't like that. It's all kind of tailored towards that affiliation and ad revenues, and it does not really fit into this idea that painting together or alongside in the atelier setup, and kind of combining that creativity and intertwine it, and maybe exchange that much needed constructive criticism. I think that's that. And right now, let's paint. Let me just go back to chat and read a couple comments. Oh yeah, I forgot to say congratulations on your affiliation, of course. My brain is still not braining today. Yeah, I know. Mine it's completely frozen, and maybe you can even hear it on my sound. I'm not sick or anything like that. It's just it was so cold when I get here that the warmth coming out of my mouth this is going to be a difficult sentence, so don't take it out of the context. The warmth out of my mouth actually kind of, or the steam coming out of my mouth condensed inside my nose, so I felt like I need to use the napkin all the time for almost like a runny nose. But I don't feel sick or anything like that. It's just a colder environment. So let's see how I'm going to perform if I have to move faster, right? So it's another challenge for us. Time for warm studio. yeah. Warm studio means just that, I'm gonna be lazy. And you know what? This is the ideal day to just have warm tea and read good book. Whether it's something fictional, or I prefer to read these diaries and informations about other painters. That's another thing that I should post it. A list of books that we always talk about here, and I'm not talking about the reference pictures, right? Because that's no-brainer. I mean, you just Google them. But I mean more of that extracurriculum activity that you can get a little bit more or a little better insight on what I'm talking about, and maybe read it multiple times for yourself and try to find what fits for you and what doesn't. All right, so that's that. I hope that we have all the. You're making me feel cool, colder than normal. Hopefully I'm gonna make you feel cooler. That's what I'm trying to do. And speaking of books, my art friend lent me 3 books on Rembrandt. Are these books with his works, or is it about his life and maybe about his theories? DM7. Is it more like educational in terms of painting techniques and paint application, or some recipes of how he mixed the colors and pigments rather, or is it more about his life? Which I have to warn you, it's pretty tragic. So it really goes up very good, and then just let me look up the titles. Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. So we can really dive into this as well, and that's something that I'm thinking about as well, because like you already heard, or I might talk about this. I used to work as a librarian. Is the word? Yeah, librarian, and I really enjoyed reading books. And there is a, then you get into a different. Then when you're a librarian, the place to hang out are libraries, believe it or not. This is kind of a vicious circle, or catch-22 when you're painters. The places you hang out are galleries and museums. When you're a librarian, and the places where you hang out, are libraries and bookstores, right? So there was like different book clubs and so on and so forth. So what I would like to do, maybe we can just create our list of books that, same as we have a topic of the week, we can have like I don't know, the book of the week, and we can discuss a little bit more about what's there, and then maybe some knowledge we could apply into a Bad Painting Friday videos, or chill Saturdays. I don't know. It sounds something that I always wanted to do on my own, and I think it would be cool to share with you, because when you do these things solo, you don't have anybody to bounce the idea off of, and it's kind of it has a different outcomes. It's not bad, it's not good. I'm not saying that it's one or the other. It's just it gives you different outcomes. And as you know me from these streams, I like to use all the information that it's there available, and then decide which of these, let's say, painting styles or the painting techniques I'm going to use depending on the problem that I'm trying to solve. Cool. I guess I exhausted everything here. They should probably sign me off into a commercial, right? I don't know. I don't see. Let me check. Where would I see? Okay. Well, we'll see. The collection of Rembrandt etchings, that one I have to read first and return in 5 weeks. A lot of pictures, I presume. Rembrandt, the painter. Oh, the painter thinking. Okay, all right. By Ernst van de Wetering. I hope that I'm pronouncing it correctly. Philosophical approach to art from his perspective. That's cool. Rembrandt, the painter at work. Oh, okay. I think I have had a chance to. I think I'm familiar with the last one, but I'm not sure. I will have to after the stream. I'll double check my. Library. Let me just make the palette bigger. So we're gonna work with the palette a little bit. All right. I think that all is set for painting except my gloves. Another thing is, guys, I don't know, I know that it's so annoying to use gloves, but my health or skin health got really bad lately, so I have to use them a lot. I even use them when I paint with acrylic pigments. It's just right now it's part of the trying to protect myself. I wanted to buy them, and I wanted to buy them, and then my friend happened to have them. He doesn't have time to read them, so I can return them in a few years max. That's pretty funny. He's too nice. Dry skin? No, it's not a dry skin. It's a skin condition that I suffer from. It's nothing that you can catch. It's genes. It's not curable. You can just manage it. So it's not really ideal, but it could be worse. It could be worse. It's just my skin gets easily irritated, and I don't know if it's I'm pretty sure that I abuse that skin a lot with mineral spirits and turpentine and all that kind of cadmiums, and I used to paint with a lead white. So I'm pretty sure that I didn't help. It didn't help to this, but it's just luckily I've never had the problem with it. During my younger years, it actually I think I was 35 when it showed up first time. Like really, it started to annoy me. So yeah. So I believe that painting has something to do with it. It might have accelerated, I don't know. So, yep. That sucks either way, but yeah. It sucks either way, I know. But it's not that bad. It's aesthetically not very pleasing, and I'm self-conscious about that. Because it's sometimes it gets really, really bad around the areas of my ears, so they look like like a zombie ears almost. So I have to be careful with it, and I have like and the problem is with the scalp. So yeah, it's actually a funny thing because I watch no, it's not funny, but I just, it reminded me that I was speaking about the Rembrandt and his books. I was watching a random documents on YouTube, doom scrolling, but luckily in the topic of painting, so it has some at least some kind of a value, not always, but sometimes. And they mentioned they did like that research. And they were trying to prove how good Rembrandt of a painter was. So they tried to actually diagnose his condition through the way how he paints himself. Since he's such a good painter, they were actually looking for some like skin lesions and changing in like a sogging of the face, because he did so many portraits of himself, right? It was kind of interesting because they kind of, I don't want to say that they figured it out what was with him, but they were talking about like these blemishes that was showing on the face, and they kind of went into detail what kind of a disease or sickness it would be at that time, whether it's like not necessarily malnourished, but it might be some kind of a whatever. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm not doom scrolling on art is perfect. Yeah, I don't know because then you're gonna scroll and you're gonna scroll and scroll and scroll, and then you don't rest. What is the? Oh, there's my tea. So I should probably do a child lock on my Pinterest. So I can use it only an hour a day. Would be beneficial. Well, I never thought that they could use his paintings to diagnose his skin condition. I don't think it's only a skin condition that they were diagnosing, that they were trying to diagnose. It was more of a what kind of a sickness can be shows up on your face, and they were talking about something around his face, like blemishes that they saw, and I don't remember which paintings they were. But what they did, they were looking on when he's younger, and they don't see there. They see some blemishes in the nose, and then they, the way how he actually, how his face started to like slowly sogging. So there was a kind of a, I don't remember the name of that. I think it was a, I don't know if it was a longer documentary and this was a part of the documentary or was it a separate video. But I'm pretty sure if you turn on the YouTube, you'll be able to find it with no problems. But I don't know what to think about this because, it's YouTube and, as we all know, sometimes they make things look a little bit more, to bring the audience. It's kind of interesting even for me, a person that really like Rembrandt, that this is kind of a different approach. So maybe it's a hook for me. So what? You can actually diagnose a person based on the paintings of his face and, not based on the one painting, but on the series of paintings, right? So it's kind of an interesting thing. I have no idea whether or not you can consider this as truth whatsoever. So please take this take this into consideration. Yeah, YouTube has the tendency. Yeah, and not only YouTube. I think today when you have such a huge library of things to be entertained with, it almost that fight for attention with whatever. We're gonna throw everything at it and see what's gonna stick, right? And one of them might be, diagnosing a face of or disease of a person based on the selfies. So you can tell how how a revolutionary Rembrandt was. He was making selfies before we even know selfies, right? So I actually think of him as the father of impressionism. Right now, I should think of him as a father of selfies. So he was that far ahead. Except he didn't have a small rectangular device that could make a selfie in a couple seconds, and he used a palette and brushes. To perfection, I have to say, but still. All right, so let's look at this monstrosity, as I like to call it, that I created here with you, so you're responsible as well. I was looking at this portrait right here, and I kind of feel that he looks like a vampire. So, and this is when you start. This is when you're he future-proofed himself. Wow, DM7, that's so good. I'm just okay. I have to start. I am actually. I'm gonna continue with this. I am taking a screenshots of your comments because they are so funny. I'll do a compilation of these things later on. I have to also, I forgot to screenshot the first part of our conversation when you mentioned, and I'm laughing right now, I'm sorry, when you mentioned that you have that, what was it? where is it? Okay, I'll just deal with it later. But I remember it has something to do with a smaller edition of the book, and you're just cracking me. Please share once you make a compilation. Yeah, I'll do a compilation of of these innuendos. I don't know how to even say it, and I'm smiling. You just cheered me up with these like spot on comments. Going back to that painting, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to start adjusting because that was the first thing that kind of jump at me when I was looking at my painting. So I get into a studio. I was talking to you a little bit. I was working with other stuff. What jumped at me is that, okay, I have a portrait here, but that portrait, because of other work that I work on, like a digital character designs and so on and so forth, is just, I think I designed a vampire there, or vampire looking person. So I have to start tweaking it back and forth and working on it a little bit. I don't think that you can see it. I think it has everything to do with the position and the way how that person, let me just maybe try to zoom in on that. What is going on? Let me try to zoom on that particular portrait, right? Maybe you can start seeing it slowly. It's just kind of the position and even the, I don't know. It's like little crooked. I don't know. It doesn't really work very well with me when I'm looking at it right now. Not the position, not the composition, but you remember we talked about the fact that it's not about a portrait anymore. It's about what that portrait represents and what describes and how do you feel about that looking at it. So, well, there. This is what I mean. This area right here. It looks, and actually not him, just the whole shape might be slightly vampire-like. So let me zoom out so we can see what's happening here. When it comes to this painting, so you can see a whole and as zoomed as possible. And let me just drop it. All right, my apologies. This is just really annoying for you. I know it's annoying for me as well. Trust me. And right now I have to make the palette just a touch smaller so we have the whole thing in our view. Right, cool. Or would you prefer to have a palette bigger? I don't know. Just let me know. Which one do you prefer more? Oh, okay. Actually, we don't see the painting as a whole, so. Because that's one thing that I want to make sure that you see it. With its entirety. Because that's what makes it a little bit more. Because we talk about the composition, and you can't really see a composition like a half of a composition to judge it as a whole thing, right? So if you are missing this part right here, you can't really see the whole composition. You don't know how it's going to appear. You might try to imagine it, but in my experience, that doesn't work very well, actually, unfortunately. Let me pull up some references, because that's something that because I have some, how do you call them? let me rephrase it. I have some idea about how I wanted to look, but since this is a little bit more like a complicated pose, so I have at least a tilt for the head, and I have to grab my where is he? I have to grab my little friend helper. This is what I'm talking about, because I'm not sure about the position of the head, so it's going to take me a minute to figure that out, and I'm not sure how far should I push it. Well, how far should I'm talking about the tilt and a rotation of his head. Oh, and yesterday I forgot to show you. Let me just put my helper away. So this is how much oil you see right now, the circle around. So this is how much oil has been extruded from that a blob of paint. I still think that this paint works. Yeah, you can still see that it's still, you can still work with it. So this is something that we would do. When I say we, I mean people that prefer to work with a slightly more, with a thicker paint consistency. Like, because when you want to make it, when you want to make your painting, when you want to make your pigments liquidy, it has been 2 days or 3 days, I forgot. I actually did it on Sunday. So it's about 3 days. That's about 3 days. So this is how much it actually, you know, this is the ring around that, and I have it on the darker, maybe if I, wait a second, put it here. Yeah, I think you can see it here as well already. Cool, so I can put this away. There's some kind of a brand name there. So what you can do right now, since this is already, you know, drain out of the oil, so you can start using this as your pigment, because it's more pasty. And you can see that the bottom right here, this is already, it almost feels like but don't scrape it completely, because you're gonna take away the napkin, right? So I'm still leaving, I'm just lightly kind of lifting it away from there. So this is something that you might do for your pigments. Remember, and test how much additives is inside. It's Sunday because I had that umber, and I saw a piece of paper, and I wanted to. Wipe my palette knife, and I wipe it directly into that napkin that was set up there. So I did a new one, and I started on Sunday. Yesterday was not as visible, and today was like really nicely spread. So, but again, it depends on the pigment and how fast it dries. Definitely the raw umber that I used to work with, it dries overnight. You remember I used it as a fast drying medium. I add a really small increment, like tiny bit, almost imperceivable, into my white to just start that drying process. And it almost feels like the umber kind of wants to works like a sponge, and it absorbs the oils into each other, and then it goes to canvas. It almost feels that way. That kind of a. You should definitely, and it's not something difficult. I would probably you know, instead of wasting paper towels because they're kind of fuzzy and you're going to get that fuzziness into your pigment and you don't want that. Well, maybe you do, but you know what I mean. So if you try to avoid that, I would probably use a newsprint. And newsprint, it's the special type of paper. It's the cheapest one. And it's also very absorbent. What's the newsprint? You ask. For those of you who don't know, it's a... do I have a... I do. You can buy a big pad of newsprint. It's probably the cheapest paper that you can get. You have to be very careful because it also changes the color on the light. So this is like a standard color, and this is how yellow it's going to be when it's exposed to sunlight, right? So you can take a test on this. And this is one of my old practice papers, I guess. Very, very old. And I was practicing the lines, and you can see how these lines are pretty bad because I cannot control a thickness. And then when I have papers like this that I want to throw away, instead of throwing them away, I'm using them as a, you know, when I'm painting something, like stuff underneath. I'm kind of a collector through and through. So I have like a pile of these things. And I put, you know, when I want to package something, I use them and put them into boxes into the box around the thing that I'm trying to ship, especially when it's paintings. So they work as a buffer. So I rarely throw away stuff. There's always. What a fancy collector I am! Yeah. I was gifted. That's my superpower. So before I start, I'm just going to clean up this a little bit. Little scraping, little ironing. And the reason is because I want to make sure that I have at this point, a flat surface, because you remember, I don't like to have textures where they're not supposed to be. And I'm not sure if a texture is going to be beneficial there. All right, so we have this. We have this, and let me move a painting closer so you can see better, and we don't need to see every painting. Because I'm going to be focusing here. I already know that I like the position for the portraits, and right now I'm going to develop them better. Okay, just to check on the other side. On this side, cool. Yeah. Cool. All right, so again, I'm starting with the new palette. I'm not gonna pre-mix any colors. I'm just gonna go with ones that I think that I need there. So I'm gonna start with shadows because I wanna create a little bit more of that shadow pattern. I pushed it towards the green a little bit more than I wanted to yesterday, only because it was getting darker. That's totally cool because I can go over this greenish hue that I have there with a, let's say, dry brush or glaze of, I don't know, something like transparent yellow or Indian yellow, because it's also transparent, and it's going to heighten that greenness, and it's also going to get enormous amount of a saturation or actually chroma, and it's going to look very, very well. Let's test it so you can see what I'm talking about. I'm gonna grab the bad boy brush, only for true adventurers. And I think that oh, that's okay. It's still. Okay, let's see if this is going to work. This might be too strong, so I would probably then go into a raw sienna, which is not as powerful. This is really potent. So I'm going to draw with this a little bit. Yeah. Oh, we're getting it. So this is way too much. Way too much. But that's okay. That's fine. We can work with this. Maybe just a touch. Because it's too orangey. I'm just trying to make it a little more towards green. So that's another way if you want to really work with your black and want dark but saturated. Mix a little bit of that transparent yellow into it. Not to turn it green, but to punch the saturation. Oh yeah, this is better, way better. Cool. Cool. Okay. So right now, I can even punch the saturation a little bit more. Yeah, and right now it's clearly green. It's clearly green because the pigment that was underneath was not set completely. You can see like when I'm wiping away, it's like a green pigment there, right? Cool. Yeah. And let's get into that adjustments a little bit more. But I'll go a little bit more towards that darker value. It was too dark. And the reason why I'm going with the darker value is because I'm going to go into a already existing still wet paint, and it's really light, so it's going to create a create like something like this. So yesterday I was working with the lighter pigments and I was bringing it forward, and right now I'm working with the darker pigments to creating shadows. Shadows, and since this is still fairly wet, I can make these transitions. So it can be a halftone if I so choose, and I'm creating halftones by transparencies, right? Because when I have a darker pigment or less transparent, because it's more of it there, it's going to be closer to what you see on the palette. But as I go thinner, it's going to pick up the underpainting. Not only that's going to mix together as a pigment, they're optically going to be a mixed. this is where the arm is going to be. Okay. Maybe even slightly darker. It's going to be softer here. Transition is going to be softer, but it's still visible. Very, very soft. And then I should go, as I mentioned yesterday, straight for the shoulder. But maybe his shoulder go higher up a little bit more. Yeah. Maybe it should go higher up. I'm mixing also a pigment of his costume, or the stuff that he's, because I want to, right now I want to raise it up so I don't have a lighter pigment to cut into. So I have to create it. Okay, now there it is. Cool. All right, so I'm adding right now. So I had to switch from dark, because I would be placing dark on top of dark. That's just kind of not what I'm looking for. Not necessarily that I'm not even looking for it. I don't think that that's not that thing. I know that that wouldn't be visible, not only for you but even for me. So I can press it a little bit more here to get it closer. Nice. So what I'm trying to do, I'm again designing within a boundaries that I have there, right? Maybe I could make this actually, I don't want to call it a poncho, but that garment specific to monks. Maybe I could push it a little bit more here. Okay, that's enough blue. So let's slightly change the, not value, but slightly change the temperature and the saturation. So again, I have almost the same value, but I shifted from that blue into green, if you wish. But it's not green, because if I put the green next to it, you will see that it's not green. I just want a different shade. No, different. What would be the word? Maybe making it a little bigger. So I'm going to cut into this shadow that I created with this. So I make a little bit more volume. Yeah, it immediately a little better. Cool. And then maybe his hand right here should go tiny bit more out. And I think I had it a little bit more out. So let's push the hand. let's throw like a quick mixture. I'm double checking with myself if I don't know. And it's just a placeholder for me. So I have a shoulder here. So I can go with, I know that I shouldn't paint it like that, but why not? Why not? I can immediately see it outside. So the outside line was painted with the skin tone. It doesn't really matter because I'll go into it with this other pigment, and I will cover it. But it's nice, kind of a, as I mentioned before, it serves a nice purpose of showing me where I'm at from a distance. Yeah, cool. Cool. And then his hips could start right here. I should probably take a bigger brush because I'm playing with the small brushes. It's not really. New batch. New mixture. You can see like how much even white I have in my brush. Okay, so I can go maybe a little bit. Maybe somewhere here, mixture. And again, my brush is loaded with the pigment. So it could be like I said before, it could go here, like so here, right? And also with the brush strokes, I'm just trying to create because that's the way how I picture these. That's how I picture these folds, right? So I'm trying to help myself visually. And then we can maybe dissolve them here somewhere. Still haven't figured out yet the way how to show him. Maybe we can just cut him there. So this could be the one arm, and this could be another one. Somewhere around here. And then I could push the hand this way in. Okay, yeah. Maybe push this a little bit more out. And again, I'm designing right now. So if there's something that I don't like, I can move it and repaint it the same way that I did yesterday, right? So maybe I could even okay, I think it works in terms of, let me just double check with my mirror. Yeah, well, in the mirror it works. works. It's just, maybe I could actually, right now when I'm looking at it, change this from the greener one and incorporate it, the darker areas, because I have him darker. This is not going to be very, this is going to go against what I just said. But since okay, so I want to combat that green with a little bit more of a reddish hue, so I'll neutralize it, because I think that right now it's too green. I think. Hey Myron, I haven't even, I see you there. Good to see you, man. This might be too much, so let's get a little bit more into towards the blue. And maybe touch lighter. Just a touch lighter. And you can see, this is something that will show you the process of my thinking. I'm starting here, wasn't right. I went here, it was not right. I went here, it wasn't right. Right now I'm there, and I can come all the way here if necessary, right? So that's my progression of thinking. And when you look at my palette, I'm going from darkest to lightest, because this is where the light pigments are, and this is where my dark pigments are. So I don't drag the light pigment over the dark pigments to here if I need. It's just something that. So I don't think ads are working, just saying. Well, then that's cool. Then we're good. In that case, we're good. Is it an hour, right? So maybe they're working, but they're like hidden somewhere in the layer. Maybe this, maybe my persona as a streamer, the camera is not working, the sound is not working, that the main camera is not working. Maybe the ads are not working either. Yeah, your stream has been running for an hour and 30 minutes now. Yeah. All right, so we don't have ads. So here is for everyone who's trying to be a streamer. Don't do what I do, because obviously it's not working. When you try to personalize that and turning on and off switches, that explains everything, right? And you're turning on and off switches that you have no business to touch. And they even tell you in the video, don't bother with these ones. They're not, it's for more advanced users. And, immediately more advanced users, aka me. This is so us. I'm gonna use you as and again, I'm just moving slowly through that, right? So you can see how the pigment changes. But I'm trying to keep, when I already found it that proper value, so I'm trying to keep it in that range. I totally visualize you accidentally pushing that big do not push me red button. Oh, I like that. I like your thinking, but I have to correct your sentence for the first time. It was not accidentally. I saw it and I was like, wait, what is this? What is this? Someone's gonna tell me what I could and could not do? Nah, not really. Right, so it's more about that than accidentally. That's even worse. Yeah, well, that's the truth. I told you at the beginning of a stream that I went into my own customization and I customized it that well that we right now have 0 ads. See? It's all good. So it's not that important. We'll fix it later. Don't worry about that. Maybe, or I'll just leave it as it is. I don't like this V shape happening right here, so I'm just gonna trim it a little bit. And again, it's not the problem with the composition, it's just the V shape that I created here kind of broke that nice flow of composition. So I wanna keep it there. So let's redesign it one more time. Okay, so I'm feeling a little better here right now with this. It's still, because and this is what happened. I went towards a lot of green, but right now this looks greener, not necessarily green, but greener than this area right here, right? Because that's what I'm thinking about. I went into that over-greening it. I actually made a mistake myself, over-exaggerating certain things. So what would I do? I could leave it there and convince myself that I'm doing what I'm supposed to, or just change it and test it whether or not I might be wrong. And I was wrong. This is way better. So I found, after multiple mixtures, the sweet spot. The problem is that I'm mixing this pigment with all these already on canvas, so I'm going to have a little bit more like a visual randomness there, which is cool. If you're looking for a pure local color, I would probably recommend you to scrape it and then maybe wipe it with your rag, not with the paper towel, with the rag, because paper towel is going to leave those little kind of like the fuzziness there. And then paint on top of it again. And I'm going to connect this, actually. Maybe this whole hand could be in the shadow. Yeah, nice, nice. See? So I'm trying to push him into the background. And right now, we're going to do the Caravaggio thing, right? And we're going to chiaroscuro the hell out of this. And if you are, if you're a fan of Renaissance, then we're going to sfumato the hell out of this. Because we cater all the painters here. Where is that at? I should stop talking. Okay, and then again, I went with the darker value here, and you can see how this right now works with this, and I don't like that, so I'm just going to go a little bit more into this existing pigment that is still, semi-wet. So I'm gonna go wet into wet, just to, again, correct a little bit these adjustments. And I like to do this for backgrounds specifically because it gives me that randomness to play with. You remember these happy accidents. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's just what it is. And maybe even cut it here with the darker. Maybe I should take a different brush. And cut it in here, because that's where the shadow is going to be, right? So shadow is going to not be, it's going to be connected to to background, right? So that's what's going to give me that feeling of something coming out of the darkness, almost. And the other figure nicely kind of a drop back. So let me just show a little bit of that shoulder right here, just the shoulder. Kind of like imagine a rim light maybe. So it's just reflecting, just shining a little bit. And you can see immediately that something showed up there, something is popping out because you're looking at the contrast right now. So maybe a little more. So it's for a second, it's gonna be really, really obvious. Right? Right now, it's starting to slowly be divided from the background. just a touch, just a tiny bit. That is a really, really Bob Ross kind of a lesson here to learn. It's that less is more when it comes to these adjustments. Not always, but you know, as just a little bit, because I feel right now on the both sides I have a similar amount of that that kind of a blue area. So maybe this could go even actually full dark. On this side. Maybe. Yep, maybe. But then I have to be careful. So this blue area right here, it's not the same size as this one, because I think that will kind of create a not necessarily the most interesting composition. So maybe just a touch of blueness here on this side. Maybe here where the shoulder is. So we'll pop it up a little bit more. Yeah. And this is something that I really, this is when the painting starts to be enjoyable. When you just free yourself from just copying something that is in front of you, or copying something from the photographs. Because I'm not saying that that's a bad practice. It's just I'm getting very quickly bored from restraint. When I'm painting outside, it's a different thing, because every millisecond I see something else. Whereas with the picture, I have only one thing to look at. So and since I'm aware of it, I have to be careful about that. Maybe I could push like a little kind of a, you know, one of those folds right there to create a little bit more of interest on that side. So I could push this shoulder even lower here, bring it lighter, or bring this darker. Let's see. So I would have this darker value here, drop and shoulder. Just a little bit. Okay, cool. And then also, as they have these, you know, the little changes of plane, I want to take that advantage of that as well. So I don't have one straight continuous line there, right? I'm trying to create a little bit more of an interest. So let me punch the saturation a little bit. So I'm going to go there. And the reason is because I already have a pigment there, right? So I know that I'm going to be going wet into wet. So it's not going to be as blue as the sky, because I painted here into I painted opaquely and tried to cover it, and then applied another pigment on top of it as well. So maybe again, that a little bit of that rim light there. So it slowly rolls the form away from us. Yeah. And I'm thinking about, how do I describe the shoulder? How do I create a separation between a foreground and the background, and how it relates to the whole painting, right? So there's multiple things that are happening there. And what I'm doing right now is similar thing that remember I was talking about music producer Rick Rubin, and in one of his chapters he's talking about musicians and a thought process behind certain songs. And he mentioned something very similar that we do here all the time, or not necessarily that we do it, but something that we can relate to. So he mentions that sometimes they just have like only maybe a guitar riff or like a little bit of a guitar string, some melody, some nice melody. And that what I would consider just that a first kind of the brushstroke, if you remember, that we did here. It's just a starting melody right there that is going to be developed more and more, because we moved a little bit from that, but we kept the overall idea. Deviated rather, just a bit, not in like tremendously. It still feels that way, and I'm trying to push it as much as I can, but it's not always. It's not as visible as it was at the beginning, because it was only that kind of the big swoop. I even demonstrated at the beginning on the canvas that this is what I'm thinking about. So that will be that kind of a first melody. And then he mentions that artists or singers or songwriters, they just come and they mumble, not really words, but some sounds into it. That's what I'm doing right now. I am just, like, I'm just trying to, I'm searching for something that I like, and then I will put the words into it. It's not in the stage of concrete words, it's in the stage of exploring that rhythm of the sound that is there. And based on that, kind of, like imagine that you are humming something for yourself, the melody that you like. So I'm not singing a song, I'm not doing anything else. I am humming the new melody for maybe future song. And here's the thing, it does not need to be perfect, because I don't care about the specific words right now. It's a different stage. So I kind of, I didn't know that this is what's happening with the musicians. Oh, speaking of Rick Rubin, I still need to read it. It's on my want to read list. Part of me, I'm curious if I could get what you're saying, since it's more oriented toward music law. I know. I was just, I was thinking about that. I was actually thinking about you, DM7, when I was reading that part. It was today in the train, before I realized that how much other reading do I have with that affiliate program. So I was just chilling, reading what I like. And I was repeating some chapters because I was thinking about something, and this popped into my head. Because there is something that I like to do. I like to reread, if that's the word, or read again certain parts. And it's usually because I'm looking for because I remembered something and I'm not sure if I'm remembering correctly. That's probably the best way to describe it. And I don't know what other way could I'll think about it. Right, I have this. This is my shoulder. Oops. Softening this. And there's again some kind of a construction going on outside. I hope the mic is not picking it up. Let me see. Yeah, it sounds like someone is starting an airplane on that in the historic center. And then maybe I could, again, like from that, little bit of that. Yeah, that might work. Just wet into wet, just trying to put a little bit of light there, so it shows like a top planes of of a sleeve that is rolled in, and then a little bit of here, and that shows his hand. So it's just kind of, it gives you a better understanding of what's happening and where his hands are. Yeah, way better. We are doing way better. So let's adjust the hand right now. So I'm looking on the top, perhaps. Yeah, looking on the top and have this, and just like maybe like a fingers. But I don't need to show anything else there because that's so far in the distance and you wouldn't be able to see anything, just a smudge of a different color, different pigment. So it's up to you how far you want to go. Now remember, the more detail I'm going to put here, more I have to put here, more I have to put here, way more it's going to be in that front figures. Maybe I'll understand a bit more about the music that way, without having to able to hear it. Yeah, I understand that's more of a philosophical style, but still, it is more of the philosophical style. The problem is with this, maybe you could actually, I'm pretty sure that you still can feel bass, right? When you're closer to a speaker, so you could use it through, you could kind of feel it through there. Because that's kind of an easier thing. So that would be that kind of a, the bass line would be maybe just the rhythm that repeats itself, right? And then you just hum. They say humming, that just, you're creating random sound that's coming out. It's nothing specific. Sometimes you might kind of say some word that you might think that it's there, and it's just a different approach. But basically, it's the same thing. I'm just throwing things around, and I'm waiting for something to emerge from that. And we're slowly, changing the shape a little bit. I will have to change a little bit the shape of his. I think that the pointiness of his ears. So I'm going to change them immediately. Yeah, the pointiness of his ears are kind of a vampire-like. Or not even a vampire, since this is a kind of a Tolkien thing, the hobbits. That's our Uruk-hais in the back. Or put on your hand on the speaker. It's high enough, I can feel it. Yeah, you would have to probably have to feel it, like really all the nuances. You probably have to have like a bigger speaker. I don't really know. I've never tried it, never tested it. But what I remember that it's possible, there's like a special liquid that under certain frequencies, it's just, you can see how it's jumping on the speaker. It's kind of a very interesting visualization of a sound in kind of very abstract way. Around and then a little bit back. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we have the roundness of the hand, and since I placed only one value here, I'm just going to take this and make a slightly lighter value, just to show the form. But I'm punching it with the saturation a little bit. That means that I want to show the side plane, and I'm going to show a top plane, which will be probably somewhere around here. And that's about it, what I need to show a volume, right? Yeah, that's about it. Maybe just a little touch of like where the thumb would be, like here. But that's more than enough. That's that. And it immediately shows the form. I don't need to be precise or anything like that. Maybe since I'm looking at that, I'm just really want to put something in his hands. Maybe he could carry a cart behind him, and he's maneuvering with it through that kind of a thicker areas. That might be kind of a, but he's just going towards me. It will be difficult to show, and there is not enough space there. Well, maybe that's an idea to keep in mind. So I'm open to that. And the same thing from the other side. I'll just show a slightly a lighter value here, and it immediately kind of creates that three-dimensional effect. Yeah, I think I saw some YouTube videos of that laser, water, and salt too. I'm not. Yeah. I think that this is something that I like to watch on YouTube. These are like experiments. It always excites me to see stuff like that. So I like mysteries, and I like the to solve the mysteries and puzzles. So I'm a big fan of. When I was younger, or well, way younger, I used to watch Mythbusters. I don't think that they still exist, but that was something that I really enjoy. And then I realized that a lot of these things were, again, done for TV. So not everything is exactly scientifically sound. But then, you have to count on that. It's after all, it's entertainment. So, they have to make it entertaining. Same, yeah. It's something that, and that's probably why I like to paint this way, because I like that puzzles, and here this is a never-ending puzzle that I'm creating for myself to solve. So I guess that might be kind of a beneficial for me to have that experience with puzzles. So I have him there. Okay, I think this is good. I don't know. He is exactly where I wanted to have him. He has that lean on the other side. He's sticking out from there. So I think that this is a good position for him. Yeah, double check with the mirror of truth. When I said mirror of truth, I mean real mirror. I have one that is that's behind me, out of the frame, and I have the other small one. One is giving me a horizontal reflection, and one is giving me a vertical reflection. So I like to use both, because that gives me a different. Oh, this is working. Maybe the only problem that I have right now, okay, that needs to be figured out. It's because when I'm looking again through a mirror reflection, what is happening is that these two guys are leaning to a certain direction, and they are going into a certain angle, and he's leaning exactly the same angle the opposite way. What is happening with me? Okay. Well, I could solve that problem with maybe better defining his silhouette. I think that's what I'm going to do. Better define his silhouette. It's going to be way more, because I have to start working on that guy. You're not that guy. That's kind of like I think it's a meme video. Let me see. There. This, and I should probably cover this yellow area here, because that's something that it stayed there from, this is too dark, so a little bit of that yellow there. And again, I want to go warmer, and then with the blue just to neutralize it just a touch. Remember there's a hand right here, so we moved it actually quite a bit. So let me maybe just silhouette this guy right now. Okay, this is going to work because we can create this is the direction for his shoulder. It's going to go here and here. Okay, cool. Okay, so that could be there. And then his hand could actually go this way, right here. So it's going to go that way. There's an elbow and it's sticking out a little bit. Yeah, I think that might work. That might actually work. I need to make a different rotation for the hand. So that hand should be more this way. So I'm going to go into my pure, almost pure red. So it should maybe go from here to this would be maybe the direction of the hand. So a little bit more this way. Oh yeah, a little bit more that way, and then I can need more of the pigment, and it would go this way. Yep, way better, way better. And since I have this right here, I'm gonna go over this, through, and here. This is where it is. So I'm trying to immediately also show the way how he's holding that by creating this, and maybe even more, a little bit. So, okay, so I have a little bit more of a knuckles, and I can push a little darker value underneath. So there's a knuckle, one finger, other one, and then here and here. But this is, this is more of me having fun, right? Than anything else. So that would be holding here. So I'm creating that kind of, if you know what Lego is, so I'm creating a Lego kind of a frame for myself, point of reference, and then I will have to then I have to actually sculpt the hand there and see what would be the best, a best way. How much fingers I want to show, which ones are front, which ones are back, because then I can create like a little pinky that is holding right here. Maybe it's going this way. There are different ways to approach that. And it, again, this is the area where I want the hand. Right now I'm going to design it, or not right now, but I should design it better. Maybe even right now to place the hand there wouldn't be that bad. Unfortunately, I did not really think about the hand that much, but I could correct this by simply adding a little bit more on this side of his. Let me just put it there immediately. And maybe I could go into this lighter or cooler variant. Maybe even lighter slightly, why not? Into this mixture. Because I see that I have a little bit more of that. Yeah. He looks a little wider than I would like him, but that's okay. Can still correct it. It's maybe because his hoodie looks that big. cool. Yeah, I think that we're doing actually a lot of kind of cool work here. I'm actually surprised myself. Let me check if I have I don't think I have a reference for these kind of hands that I need right now. I'll have to probably, go and recheck it, or redraw it, or draw my own hands. I don't think I do. Let me see, maybe in Pinterest. I don't think. Give me a second, please, because I'm trying to find something. That maybe I could use as a reference. And when I say reference, again, it's still the same thing. I'm just trying to find something that, show me at least the rotation and position, and then I'll just start, as something something to relate to, not something to and remember that these are starting to look very similar, so I need to find a different rotation. That's going to be quite annoying, I think. So either it's going to open a little bit more towards us, which could actually shorten this. And I could show a little bit more of an opening here. Let me see if that even makes sense. Let me see. Okay, so it would be like here. So he turned a little bit more towards us, so it would go here, and it would change the shape a little bit more. Okay, so let's see if I can do that. A little bit of that darker value, but I need a little bit more this. So what I'm going to do, I don't want to change the shape or direction. I just want to make it look that it's actually going towards us. It's not really the ideal position, but okay, let's see what Rembrandt did actually. Okay, this is really, really stupid. Yeah, is exactly. Oh, okay, got it, got it. Rembrandt, thanks. Rembrandt to save the day. So this is what he did. I just quickly glance on that very famous painting of his. It's called a Night Watch, or we call it Night Watch, I guess, but the official name is. Let me just make sure that I read it correctly, because I don't remember the name of the captain. The militia company of a Captain Franz Benning. Koch. I don't know. It's just a weird name. Kosk. I'm gonna call him Kosk. Just, I don't want to really ruin his last name. AKA the Night Watch. Okay, so we all. It's actually written even in there, so people should know that also by that name. So here's what Rembrandt did. I'm looking at the painting of his right here, and he had a similar situation, and it almost looks like I'm stealing it from him, but it was by accident. But what he did, he slightly changed the angle. But important thing is that he actually, and this, I think this is a genius thing. He actually protruded a thumb forward in a direction of that pole or whatever that is that's holding, and check what it's doing. Like if you have your thumb, and with his thumb he's showing the direction and the orientation of a hand. It's way easier than trying to do this, because these shapes, when you look only on the shape, that from here and here and here and here and here, it's a very similar shape. And it's good that I have black gloves, because there's very little that you can see there. But the moment that I turn the finger up, it's automatically showing you the direction. So that's what the Rembrandt did. Speaking of that, did you like watching Bill Nile? Is he Nye or Nile? I don't remember right now, Bill. Are we talking about the science guy? And I have to check that the size of the hand with that perfect. Okay, that's working. It's a halfway. So that's what Rembrandt did. So it's quite remarkable to see how resourceful he is, and what other things he brought to the painting just to show the volumes. And the same, I think, when you're looking at Night Watch again, the same thing goes for that golden figure in the middle. Like, look how he draped that what do you call the drapery around him. I don't know if that was a part of the costumes to have it that way, but he wanted to create a difference between main black figure and the main light figure. And also he showed the volume by that, because you have very flat front plane. It's just beautifully resourceful. Just a great idea. So these are these creative solutions to problems that you might find with your work as well. No wonder, not necessarily no wonder, but it's not surprising that I have a problem with something, and Rembrandt already answered that question. I would like to know who Rembrandt copied, or what what was he inspired by? Like what was his paint? What was his favorite painters? I think that if I were Rembrandt, I would include myself in the in the top 3 my favorite painters. That's what I would do. Just because of just because it's Rembrandt, right? What are we talking here? But yeah, we lost a little bit of that dynamic, so let's bring it, because I extended this out this direction, right? So I lost a little bit of that dynamic, but still we can work with this a little bit. I can bring that hand a little bit more out. And I don't want to exactly copy what Rembrandt did, because that's just, that's not what I like to do, but that's a powerful idea that he created there. And it's a very simple one. It's just really using the stuff that you have. Yeah, master of his craft. Because I don't think that anyone who ever holds something like that, in his hand, would actually support it with the pinky forward. I don't see the reason for that. Because you want to have a good, you want to have a full grip over something that you use. I know that it's just walking, but you don't. I don't know. I've never walked like this with anything, right? So this is something that it's imperceivable for people, because why would you even bother thinking about the position of the fingers? But actually, the position of the finger kind of shows you the direction and the orientation. Not kind of. It supports that idea. Yep. Okay, let me see what I can do here. Because it my ear is itchy. Oh. It's just that after seeing that Rembrandt, every other reference that I have or drew or sketch looks not necessarily satisfactory enough, I might say, or I might add to this. Unfortunately. So I guess we will have to just invent some stuff based on just a simple anatomy. Is this what we're gonna do? Okay, well let's do that. Maybe this could be beneficial. No, it's just I have to do. Hmm. Yep. I don't really have the reference that I. Okay, let me think about this for a second. Let me just go and get a little bit more of warm tea since we don't have that ads, which I probably disabled. But I'll be right back. Just give me a second. Be right back. right, I'm back. Let me just make sure that I don't destroy these pages here. Okay, cool. Ooh, immediately, beautiful portrait. Rembrandt, what are you doing? Okay, I figured out nothing. But what I could, before I start messing up with that hand, maybe I could just work with the silhouette a little better. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. If I move just a touch this, and then that might actually work. Might actually work. And I still feel like I need more interest happening here a little bit to help that figure kind of work. So this is where I need to work a little bit more. Because I already have a lot of attention on this side, so I need to push it here. But then I have to be careful again, because naturally I want to go, well, this shape, and from the other side, right? Of course, it's almost in the center, right? So I have to really, really think this through. And you're gonna have these moments while you paint. And for those of you who play chess, these are the key moments when you take your time, and because you feel like there is a not breaking point, there is a deciding moment when you decide on the strategy as you're going to how to execute it, like what the steps are, what should be the first one, and how the first was going to affect the other one, so on and so forth. So I think this is that moment again, and I mentioned this multiple times, and it might happen multiple times throughout the painting, and it's happening multiple times with me, especially throughout the back with my warm tea correction, boiling hot tea. Yeah, you know, you shouldn't boil the tea. The tea lovers are going to crucify us here at TM7 with our, kind of the old school British approach that, throw the sugar, throw the tea bag, and then throw the milk, and then pour hot water on top of it, right? It's just everyone in Japan and China, they really, they have these, they really enjoy tea, and the tea ceremony probably dying inside. Thankfully, yours is more like a herbal infusion. That's fine. So they can complain. Otherwise, you're right. They be on to us. Yeah. Otherwise, they would be on to us. Well, I don't have. I have a proper. This one is actually a oolong, but a different brand, different. Really good. I had to switch to something with a less caffeine inside, because I really couldn't fall asleep at all. And this is a Taiwanese tea. I have to watch out with the green tea. I can't drink it all day long. Is it the same thing that I do because you can't sleep, or is it making you uncomfortable? A little bit more that way. That's all just perspective, I think. Let's push it. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna play with the hand a little bit, because I think that I have a right dimensions right here where I need to have them, and we're going to cover it with the not the shrub, but with the grass, because what I mentioned is that remember that I want to also the word that I'm looking for. I want to reiterate. No, I want to emphasize. That's what I'm looking for. I want to emphasize that there is a path right here that they're taking, and there are some that they're taking the shortcuts. You know, remember the story kind of thing. So there's going to be a path that is less, like a walk path or something that, or what would it be, like a if you remember these little kind of a I think it's called pathway. Can't sleep, then the cycle repeats. It's horrible. I know. That's what I do. Just I'm steeping this tea multiple times, so it has just the flavor doesn't it's not as flavorful like a fourth or fifth time, but I know that I had 5 cups of tea, 2 were tea and 3 were just hot water, basically. So that's what I do. I don't put the fresh tea anymore, because I used to drink that white puer, and dude, I came home and my eyes were wide open. My eyes were wide open. Not only that, then I slept for only 3 hours, and I was like, a whole day I was just I didn't even feel sleepy. Just my hands were shaking a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna not risk it. I'm gonna make a educated wish and hope that this is going to work. So welcome to a educated wish section. And the shaky hands. That's another reason I don't like drinking too much caffeine. Yeah, that's what happens to me. Then I'm kind of trying to do something and my hands are shaking. I'm going to lift this up a little bit. Oops. So I am a little bit closer to the hand. It's okay. You don't. I don't know. Do you need to see the whole painting? Should I lift it up a little bit? Maybe just a touch with the camera. Just a little bit, so you have a better visual of what I'm doing. And I want you to get into the habit of looking at the painting as a whole. You see that I'm standing, and I'm sorry, because if I want you to show a little bit more detail, actually I can maybe zoom it in even more right now. Yeah, now we're talking. You're not going to be able to see me anyway, but now we're cooking with gas. All right, cool. So I'm standing really, really far away. You're going to probably see me a little closer. So I'm trying to also get you into the habit of looking at your painting as a whole, because that's very important. If I'm standing here and I'm looking at my arm right here, or a hand rather, what I'm doing is I'm looking here, remembering what is here, and trying to compare it with that. I'm trying to compare my composition based on the memory. That's not the best way to do that. So I'm stepping all the way back into my studio as far as I can, so I can see my painting without moving my eyes, my head, nothing. It's just straight on. So I have everything in my full view. That's why I'm trying not to crop it for you as well. And here, actually, from close by, you can see how many random brush strokes are there, right? Especially in these areas right here, like in these areas right here. And the two reasons. I have no idea what's going to be happening here yet. I know that I want these large shapes to be here. I want the overlaps, but I haven't decided on which way the grass should go. I started on this side right here. Maybe I could go more this way. I don't know. But it does not bother me as much right now. I'm kind of like that randomness that is happening there. It's not an issue at the moment for me. The only thing that bothers me, I'm looking at, check this out. I was looking at that a thing, and yeah, okay, all right, cool. I was looking at that little painting in the corner right here, this one, and it was cropped weirdly. So I was checking if my camera is positioned properly, but it is because it's inclined a little bit, so it's under the angle. It's not directly, it's not flat on the wall, because camera is kind of pointing flat towards the wall. And even when you look on the hand, it does not look like a hand. It has all these brush strokes around. But what I'm trying to figure out, it's where's the light area, where's the not necessarily shadow, but what is the front plane? So for me, if his hand's supposed to be like this is a front plane. So these two fingers are going to be lighter, and as it goes back, this is a side plane of that. You can't see it. Okay, this way. So I have my hand. So this is a front plane. These two fingers, and with the rotation a little bit, this is going to be side plane. So this is going to be darker, and this is going to be lighter. So that's how I'm going to try to create a volume right now here, right? And also, remember what I was saying about the Rembrandt. Rembrandt has a finger that is showing left and right on his painting, right? So it's immediate. I will have to figure it out the way how he's holding it to create a little bit more interest, and also make sure that it's working properly. On top of everything, I'm looking at it right now, and my hand is exactly in the middle of the canvas. I mean, exactly. That means that that's going to be the focal point. That means that from all this painting, we know that this is a focal point, but this is going to be something that's going to stick out. This is going to show, this is going to dictate so this is going to be my portrait right now. That's what I'm trying to say. So that really has to be kind of a cool hand painted there. Same way as I have to paint a even better hands in the figures that are behind. Yeah, that's what needs to be happening. You're making me want to paint hands one day as portrait or something. Yeah. I did the self-portrait with my own hand holding brushes. So that's my go-to a kind of a hand approach. So when I paint hands, I always trying to put something in them, something interesting, So first you're painting hands, and also you are painting hands in action, in the motion, so they're doing something. So it's not going to be just, just the hand like this, or just the hand like this, or I don't know, like this, whatever. I don't think you could see it because it's off the camera. I keep forgetting that you can't see the whole thing, so I have to. I should probably put the, as we used to do, like I should put the marks where I have to stand if I want to talk directly to a camera. I think that would be beneficial. So let me see if I can do some hand painting. So I'm gonna go into this extremely vibrant, almost like annoyingly red pigment. And the reason is because I know these are hands I'm going to paint over and over and over again. So I want to keep that kind of a cool, maybe I could push it a little bit towards there. It's just, I feel like, hear me out. What I want to do, or what I'm thinking about, because I have this hand going forward, so maybe this one should go that way. And then it also would help me to kind of create a, like overlap a little bit maybe. To put it here, what do you think? Yeah, I think this is going to be a little better. Yeah, I think I'm going to sneeze. I'm sorry, my apologies. You could see my hand? Okay, cool. And bless you, thank you. I just, I hope that I did not spike that much. I tried to, hide my microphone behind my hand, but it's what happens when you don't clean your studio enough. It's like all dust particles here. So I could, but because what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to create the overlap. I know that I have an overlap right here, or maybe even tangent, but it's going towards me. Here it's going towards the back. So I think that that might work. But then I'm afraid that, again, I feel like I have a garment, hand with object, garment, hand with object. Repetition in Rembrandt would be annoyed by this, I'm pretty sure. So WWRD, what would Rembrandt do, right? Create a powerful 3 brushstrokes that would describe a form and feeling, and he would be done. So I can't blame people that they think that we are just a bunch of, you know, alcohol enjoying artists that they just, you know, drink and party all day, and they just come in and do a 3 brushstroke and the deed is done. I can't really blame anybody to think that way, because that's what I think that Rembrandt used to do. And maybe he labored, I don't know. It looks like he worked on these portraits. But I like that, me, myself, I really enjoyed the fact of that mystery, or that kind of a, you know, a randomness. So I'm not sure if this is not too forward, this might be too back, so let's find the middle portion. And I'm gonna show a little bit of the back side, and that's what's gonna give me that desirable position. Maybe I could do, maybe I could throw a finger out, just to do a little bit of, you know, a little bit more of a little more of that this off a little bit. This might have been a little rash decision, but that's okay. We caught it fairly quickly. So one more time. So it's gonna go this way here, and then I can, maybe I could do, maybe just like throw a little finger here, the pinky, and then this could go down right here, as it was, and let me do this. Let me add a little bit of different shape for that hand. Okay, all right. Yeah, I think that this works. Maybe I could push it a little bit more this way even, which would give me less of this right here. And maybe finger could go behind, and this could be in the shadow as well. So I'm trying to move it a little bit more that direction. Okay, all right, still, nope. This seemed to be I mean, this is well, what I'm thinking about right now is that they really have exactly the same position for their hands. If I push this here, and I would create a little bit of something like this. That would kind of show his hand, but it would be under a like he caught a little bit of that fabric from his. So we have this, and then right here, that caught a little bit of a fabric. Nope. Okay. This requires a little bit more tea, I think. Oh. So just to, because I know I got quiet, and that's the reason I'm thinking my brain is going into it overtime here. But what I'm thinking is that, okay, you can see this way. So I'm looking at the hand right here, and I'm looking at the angle, it's repeating here. And then you can see, like, I have idea, there was another hand is right here. So I'm repeating the same, you see, like this right here, the repetition, plus they are both leaning towards this side. So what's going in my head is I am changing position of this way, this way. This is the different way of he's holding it, right? To find desirable outcome. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. So this is what's up. WWRD. What would Rembrandt do? Just the booby traps on my fingers. Cool. None of them. So I'm going to check that night watch one more time. Yeah, the one hand is going forward. Okay, that is not going to work. Just when I thought that we sorted out everything. Mirror check, yeah. You know what? Maybe it's not going to be that big of a problem if I do this. If I really create the same idea that it's going to kind of merge out of that. So maybe it's not going to be the whole okay, so this is what needs to happen. I think I need to do a little bit more of the drapery here to offset the sameness of the shoulder, right? So the edge needs to be treated slightly differently here. And also I can work with the inside edge, with you know, I have different shapes right here. So I think, and this is one of these moments when I really feel at the edge of my own understanding of what's happening. But I think that that could work, actually. I think that could work. Let me see. Let's put it into a test. Where am I? Okay, I'm standing correctly. Cool. You're gonna be able to see me. So yeah, let's check it out. Yep. And maybe. Nope. Okay, let's try to do that. So this way, maybe I could push it here. Create a interest here. Then I go, oh, okay, it's going that way there. Okay, I could maybe create this position right here. And then it's going to go flat down. Like so. It's going to change that a little bit. Yep. Then I could actually, maybe I could push it even higher up. So they don't lay on the same kind of diagonal. Okay, since his hand is under that angle right here, I can create some kind of a shapes here that will represent a drapery or the fold on the drapery, and maybe I could also bring that. Let's see, bring that. Okay, so if I want to have this here, so this is where it needs to end, so then I can push it higher up. Yep, okay, cool. So I can push it higher up. Let me make this slight adjustment again. This is where the hand is going to end. Yeah, and I don't need to show that much of that hand, so it's going to be small. Okay, all right. We're good. I'm gonna vary. Okay, that was a problem because this shape right here, the size of this shape was the same, the size of this shape. That what bothered me. Right now it kind of skips. It's going small, big, small. So we're good here. Nice. A little hesitation on my part. My apologies. It happens. Often than I would prefer, but so there's going to be a finger here, so that's going to be index, so that I can push thumb all the way up here. Okay, all right, and it can go, and then will show me that it can go a little bit down this way, and maybe I can give him, maybe I can give him a different grip, so he's barely holding to that pole. Maybe he's, yeah. Okay, cool. So I have a tight grip. I'm going to have a light grip. Okay, all right. Rembrandt all the way. yeah, that's it even from a distance. Let me do a mirror check. Oh yeah, all right, now it's going to work. Yep. All right, we solved the problem. The only thing right now that it's going to determine whether this works or not is going to be this, the silhouette. That means his silhouette right here. Maybe this was also rushed a little too much. So let me try to get rid of it a little bit. It's difficult also to, yeah, it's just, it needs to be repainted because it's stained there. Now, okay, maybe we can incorporate this into it. See what's up. Maybe some of that we can use in our advantage to incorporate him into that, into the background. Cool. So we dealt with this, and right now let's correct this. Finger, bottom. Maybe we can show a little bit of here. Yeah, I think this might work. So let's right now try to paint a cool, really cool. Is my camera working? Working. All right. So here. Here. And here you're going to go down because there is a bone sticking out right here. Then we have this going this way. There's going to be a darker area, and then we can actually put a lighter area right here, and then right here. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Yep. And I'm gonna, instead of giving him like a thick, like a strong grip, he's gonna loosen up a little bit, and it's gonna look like it's almost falling. This is a tight grip, and this is going to be a loose grip. So let's find some. What's the term that I'm looking for? A unity within the variety, and variety within a unity. Slightly different. Okay, so let me give him a little bit of a that side plane that we talked about, which is darker. So it nicely connects to this. It's not ideal, but okay, that might work. And then I can always bring this lighter if I need to. So this could go darker, and this is where the thumb could go this way. Okay, we're back on track. Maybe, I don't know. I'm kind of worried that this is just going to fall. Yeah, we'll see. If it falls, falls. It's going to be fun. Okay, right now I think right now it's better. Yeah, way better, because it was 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So I have to change this guy as well. He needs to change the hand a little bit. So maybe this hand is going to be higher up and he's going to be holding something. I think that that's what's going to happen. That's what must happen, actually. That's what must happen, yeah. Mental note, noted. And let's throw some lighter values. I dropped my brush. This guy or this guy? Let's go with this guy. Since it was on the floor. But it's going to be too big, I think. Well, let's try. Let's have fun a little bit. A little lighter value. Dip into that. Yep. Yep. Cool. So this is going to be that frontal first part. The one that I want it to be a illuminated, and then there's going to be these two. I'm going to copy these two from my own hand because I kind of have pronounced that part, and you can even see it through the gloves. So this is what I'm going to work with, these two, like the tendinous part, or how to call it, I don't know, like a I'm kicking myself for choosing such a complicated subject for the gallery. Greenland with the colorful houses. Should have choose a simple scene, then I can finish it on time. I don't think that that is a problem. Don't even think that way. There is no really anything that it's a difficult to paint. We're just see, like, look at me. I'm in complete struggle here, but it's okay. It's just going to. It's just need a more of that. You know, you see. You were looking at me struggling, really. I mean, I didn't even know what to do for a second. I don't want to call it a panic, but that was a moment. Okay, I have to calm down for a second, because most likely I will just, you know, throw the brushes. But since you guys are watching, I can't do it. So I had to stabilize myself and start really looking for a solutions, because this is not a problem of you or me not being able to paint. I know that you can paint because I saw your work. This is a design problem. And when I say design problem, it's more like a designing of what's in front of what and what's more important than you know, the other thing next to it, right? So that's what I'm struggling right now myself as well. That I'm looking at this and I feel slightly overwhelmed because there's so many moving parts. You guys look good for us. Yeah, that definitely. Yes, just that I think deadline putting the pressure on me. Well, that's 100%. That's 100%. That is resounding yes. But to combat that, and that's what I'm doing right now, because I won't be able to bring this painting there, to combat that. And I mentioned it yesterday. Well, what's the worst thing that is going to happen? What are they going to give me a bad grade in the school, or what? People are going to tell me that they don't like it. Your life does not depend on that, right? So you don't need to be worried. You want it to be great, but that's okay. That's understandable, but it's not something that should hold you back. And I also understand that it sounds really, really, really cringe from me to saying that. I think that's the word. But I felt the same thing a couple years ago. And it's just the artificial, not artificial, it's the pressure that you created, and you put yourself into that pressure, right? So there's nobody to blame for this. So it's adding an extra layer of blaming somebody. It always adds an extra layer of a protection, and having and being and not having a gallery opening or exhibition, because I'm trying to avoid that, giving me a space to still pretend that my work is not finished. And I understand that feeling completely. Trust me, I understand that feeling more than I would like to. That's what I'm trying to say. But it's artificial. There is nothing bad is going to happen. I think that the pressure is that I ordered that extra frame just in case I finish this one, and the money I spend on those frames, well, you got the idea. Well, here's the thing. I'm going to say something, maybe, I don't know if it's controversial or whatever you want to call it. Since this is an extra painting, and I understand why you're doing it completely. I mean, there is no doubt about that, why it's happening actually, not why you're doing it, or why are you actually painting an extra. You have a time, you put yourself there, but you want to put an extra other painting. It doesn't mean that you put extra pressure on yourself. I mean, it shouldn't, right? So instead, if this is an extra painting, so let's put experimentational painting there and just throw the pigments around. Who cares? Who cares? And you can actually, what I'm thinking about that right now, you could use it as, and again, I'm going to talk about the music, but that's what bands traditionally do when they go on a tour. So they have their, all-time hits, and they throw here and there, they throw a new song to see how people react to this. Or comedians, when they're doing jokes, they have their own shtick, they prepare that material, and then they throw things around, right? To see what sticks. So you could actually, since you invest into this, you can just create a little bit more a leeway for yourself and be a little bit more, all right, okay, I already spent that money, so there is no way back, right? That's it, because it's cut into the size that you decided. Like I said, you shouldn't push more pressure for yourself if you're doing extra work. That it makes no sense. And I know that I'm saying it, and it's easier for me to say that, but that's what I'm doing right now. I should be freaking out because my future depends on the fact that I'm gonna do a good job bringing a nice painting, so people would celebrate it. But unfortunately, since I am unable to bring it, that's not what's happening. But it's okay, it's fine, I'm gonna do something different. Right there, because I don't need to, here's the thing, I don't need to prove anybody anything in a sense. I don't know if that makes sense. I see what you're saying, and I agree with you. My brain, however, is not easy to work with sometimes. Oh, I know, and there is nothing that it's. Like I said, this is something that nobody will ever teach you how to approach. This is something that nobody will ever explain to you how to do, because we are all different. Truly, I unlocked a moment when I understood that like nothing is going to happen. You don't have the you know, like it's not. And other thing is, remember we talked about it, to getting everything right on the first time. It's even, you know, even Rembrandt was not able to do it from the start, right? So there is a learning curve. There is a learning curve. I was here, and you remember, like, this is my final piece. I have a limited time to do this, to finish this, and I was supposed to present it. Not only that, I couldn't, and I have to paint one more similar to this, as maybe smaller, as fast as I can. Still, yesterday I painted here. I completely just, no, it needs to go. What's going to happen? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't really care, because the painting, the overall feeling, it's way more important for me, and it's always going to be. It not always been that way, but from the certain point, that's what happened. Because the more I try to please other people that are going to like the paintings, less they like them. What you going to do? You know, you can't really. And there is another thing, what I really strive for, and I was always like, no, I'm going to just, you can't really cater to everybody. There are going to be people that are not going to like your paintings, period. Not because they're bad, because it's just not their style. Okay? So why don't throw them some of your, like a crazy idea. So if you want to criticize something, we're there, here. Go for it. Show me your worst. And I remember they were telling me in the school and in the academy, and then, you know, throughout the, you know, you have to have the really good portfolio. Don't show the bad pieces, because this and that. I have my experience that people actually, like the general public, they actually relate to these mistakes a little bit more, because they think that they can do it as well. So it bonds them. It gives them a little bit more of that realism there, that not everything is perfect, therefore unobtainable, even for them. So they might be inspired and start painting as well, you know. Bad Painting Friday, right? How many of these do we have? And how many more we're ready to, you know, it's going to come more. And I tested it, I framed it, and it kind of works. Sometimes I forget about it, especially after visiting Rijksmuseum. Yeah, Rijksmuseum. That's how to pronounce it properly, I guess. Yes, absolutely. That's exactly my point. That sometimes when you are in that, and you know, here we are completely honest to each other. You see me painting, you see me struggle, you see me literally a couple minutes ago being absolutely like, what am I going to do with this? This is going to be a disaster. I don't know how to move forward. It's just that, you know, it's that puzzle that you created for yourself. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to say that. It's your fault. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. That made me feel like I'm still a beginner. And you know what? It should, till the rest of your painting career. Because the moment that you think that you got it, that's the moment when your paintings are going to get stale immediately, and repetitive. And I can point out the painters that they found out what they like, and then they repeated to the point that it was more about mass production. Rembrandt wasn't that person. And you saw his work in that museum. And you know the story that for his most known, most beloved painting, I think in the history of painting, The Night Watch, was refused. That was obliterated. Like, what is this? It always reminds me, like when I'm talking like this, it reminds me that famous tweet. And I'm not saying that it's a good tweet or was good or bad, but it's that famous tweet with Elon Musk carrying that sing when he bought the Twitter, and the caption was "Let it sink in," right? So that's what I'm picturing right now when I'm talking about this. So Rembrandt and his Night Watch, it was the worst painting that people ever seen. It was the beginning of the end of his career. Let that sink in. And he went for it. He was like, nah, you guys don't understand what you're talking about. This always keeps me kind of a little bit more, not necessarily motivated, but a little bit more present. And not that, I don't want to say that self-observant, but a little bit more realistic in terms of that, oh, Rembrandt had his missteps. I want to push myself till I drop dead. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to. It's not like you must, but you don't need to put that much pressure on yourself. Because and there's another thing. Some of my friends, they would say, dude, it's just a painting. Why are you being so angry? I'm laughing right now because I'm like, dude, you don't even know. And they're like, dude, chill. It's just a painting. It's not a rocket science. I don't know. Some people have that kind of approach to my complainings. Just painting, tell me about it. My husband says the same, right? Yeah, right. That family is the best when it comes to that kind of, they're trying to help you and they don't understand how this is just the opposite of what you want to hear. I think the family is the best when it comes to this. They would be like, dude, just a painting, just chill. It really isn't that, It's not like it's not like when you finish this painting, you're gonna solve the hunger around the world, dude. In a sense, that's true. But what you can do is focus as much as you need, or as much as it's necessary on the fact that maybe it's not going to save the people from being hungry, but maybe it's going to save people from, I don't know, unnecessarily killing each other, perhaps. Because instead of, going to do that, you can just go to museum and see. There are beautiful things. So I stopped aiming for, solving the world hunger. The challenging part is to stay nice and sweet and understand their point of view. Yeah. But I can't. You don't even want to. You don't even want to go. I don't even want to talk about it because I'm gonna get really angry. Not at them, but my temper, inability to communicate my thoughts. And it's probably because I paint, so most of the thoughts are kind of a visual references, right? Or, you know, one way or another related to painting. Okay, right now I'm making him really thick. All right, let me see. I feel you. It's completely difficult for me as well. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think it's for all of us. Okay, I think it's time to introduce a okay, this is not good either. So I don't scratch it there when I'm moving with that. My aunt told me like 2 weeks ago when she saw my windmill painting that the houses on the right are ugly. I was like, yeah, sure. Thanks for thanks for the feedback. Okay, well, here's the thing. Yeah, they're and I mean that's exactly what I would say. Like, thanks for feedback. I mean, but then immediately and this is my like a quick reaction to that. I would ask, okay, so if you think that these houses are ugly, could you be more specific? Like, I value your opinion, and I want to know more so I can fix certain things later on. So I would probably ask this all the time. That I don't really mind that constructive criticism if someone is really trying to help you. What I don't like is just the comment for sake of you know, trying to make me feel bad so you feel better. She had no idea why I did it, the process, and the reasoning for it. I'd love to ask her that, but by the time I thought of it, a conversation had moved on. Oh, in this particular case, I am really a bad person. I would bring the conversation back, straight on. Listen, I'm still thinking about the stuff that you said. Could we just, you know, go and revisit this situation? Because it really not necessarily bothers me, but since I really want to work on myself and I'm trying to get better, I need to know what you meant by that. That's it. No hard feelings, no nothing like that. I don't even. You know, don't sweat that. Don't put people into uncomfortable conversation. And if she said, you know what, I don't want to say, well, that's okay. That's cool. Either way, I know something is wrong. I know that there is a space for improvement. Cool. Making the hand again slightly bigger than I want to. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the tip. I have a feeling my aunt, just a second. My apologies for that quick, not even quick, just a sudden switch of a pace from painting to just a long, be right back. Unfortunately, since this is the open atelier and people can actually come to studio, sometimes unannounced, these were my, I would like to call them friends, let's say, that just wanted to stop by, see what the progress is, and they're like big fans of classical figurative art. It's just that a moment when you have people in the studio. I just wanted to just put the camera on the side for their privacy, because they wanted to experience this privately. So my apologies for that hour-long intermission. Sometimes this happens, and since I'm leaving, then people know that I'm going away for a while. They just trying to take advantage of a couple more minutes of being in the studio, and that's one of the cool things about working in the atelier, having your work around you, so people can just wander in. And I don't want to say that these are randoms, because I don't have like the big signs and ads all over the historical city, but those who knows, they know, right? As they say. So I'm gonna stop today, because also there is a little bit of the sun coming in finally, so we know that the summer is here, right? You can see the streak of light right there. So that's great a sign for us. Maybe tomorrow is going to be even better light conditions. So I don't want to really take too much of your time. It's just a quick. Maybe I don't even want to say disclaimer, just to make sure that everything is the way that we wanted to. I still struggle with that hand that is all the way here. You can't really see it right now, because I was actually, let me just maybe zoom out a little bit. Don't worry about it, I completely understood. Your palette looks cool right now with the light coming in. Yeah, these are the things that really kind of gives you that appreciation of how beautiful these pigments are when they are viewed under not necessarily direct sun, but if you when you see them really being illuminated properly, they really bring the shine up. And plus, these little streak of light creates these nice diagonals and something a little bit more active in your composition. And we can actually start seeing, like, this is one direction and there is another direction, right? And we have something circular against something that is a rectangular. I'm sorry, I just lost the track for a second, because I already started thinking, if I turn this upside down, these looks like a little copies, and this might be actually some group of people here or something. I don't know. I was already thinking in terms of composition. This is how easy it is for me to just get into that my own world of composing. I really enjoyed to see things in everything. That's how I would probably put it. Speaking about that, seeing everything, I still have to work on that hand, on that arm. It has to go. So I'll be tomorrow. I'm gonna keep working on this. Even tonight, I'm gonna try to find, because this image, it's not going to leave my head today, for sure. So I'm gonna be definitely checking the arms and the distance and length. And what I do for myself is you might take a picture and then I'll do a little adjustments while I'm waiting for a train, or I'm in the train when I'm commuting back and forth. It's actually something that I enjoy more and more lately. that, I don't know, 45 minutes, no less, it's like a 35 minutes ride in the train gives me that kind of a fresh, I mean, I have a time to read a little bit, relax maybe, and then I'll get into studio, kind of, you know, organize my thoughts every morning. So you might think that, oh, I have to spend right now 30 minutes on the train. It's all about like how much you can actually squeeze out of the day, and there is always something positive. The first day in the train was really difficult. I didn't even know where to buy the ticket properly and how to, you know, enter the train and so on and so forth. You know, navigate through the station. And today it's just the automation. I wake up, I ran into a train so I can get my seat. You know, everybody that you know with people, because they usually choose the same spot. You don't waste your time thinking, oh, I'm going to sit here. Is this going to be? I already know what time is it. I know from which way is going to sun shining, so it's not illuminating my face, so it's not right into my face. So all these little things, and you're sitting, and then you know that you have 30 minutes of just like reading. Let's say you can't really find them anywhere else than in the public transportation. So that's something cool, and that's something that we actually all use here in Europe. I think that somehow public transportation, in some miracle way, still works the way that it was intended. It's not necessarily on time. It's not necessarily always the nice place to be, but somehow it works. When I compare it to my experience from LA, it's LA. It's a little bit more challenging when it comes to public transportation. And it's probably because of the distances and amount of people that they have to transport. So, oops, my microphone, it's decided that it's enough talking for today. So just to say that what I'm going to work on tomorrow is definitely that hand. And when I said work on, it means that I'm going to be painting something that I already figured it out beforehand. So because I kind of ran into this difficulty today, and I was, when you check the previous stream, I felt like this is something that really caught me off guard. That little position, and I can't. I don't know. I couldn't see it. I don't know what happened. Well, but this is a good example of seeing that that I have the struggles when I paint. It's not always what do they say? Rainbows and unicorns, right? It's not always that sunny and happy. So yeah. I think that's it for today. Like I said, I'm sorry for that abrupt stop of a stream, but there was, like I said, I wanted to keep the privacy for people that actually came into studio and wanted to enjoy their moment with the paintings, whether they like them or not. It's just it's something that I was talking about earlier, actually, that and they liked it. So I'm glad they were really happy about what they saw. So it's just kind of, even me, I feel a little bit more like because sometimes when we paint and we're closed and we're stuck in the studio, it's really difficult to find that appreciation for the work that we do. Luckily, we have the stream. Luckily, we have the creative discourse. And I would like to invite you to join us next time as well. Hopefully it's going to be tomorrow. I can't verify that 100% because early morning I have to be somewhere else, and I hope that I'll be able to get here by noon. Let's hope that that's going to happen. And it's all because of that traveling arrangements and everything that I have to deal with before I leave. So thank you for being here. Thank you for participating. Thank you for testing that a new setup with the commercials. We had 0, so perhaps I'm the one responsible for this because I tinker with it myself, and obviously something is not working as I intended. So I promise you, I'm gonna really get into that as well. So yeah. Thank you, and I'll see you next time. Take care. Bye.